Hello, hello, hello. How are we, people? I hope you're all well. Here we go. Baby Evelyn, the court is in session. It's not, they've not had open statements yet. It's just they started at 9, I believe, but they're just discussing some stuff, which we will cover. We will cover, but I want to say hello, everybody, before we get going. What we got here? Robin G. She's riding through the Glen. Chasing all the men. How are you, my darling? Heather Taylor, Potty Mouth, we've missed you. I've not seen you for ages. I don't know where you've been. Where you've been hiding. Why you've been missing us. Are we not good enough for you anymore, Heather Taylor? Heather Taylor. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Dana Leonard, hello to you, sir. How are you? Nice to see you. To see you, nice. There you go, Robin G. Sassy, hello, my darling. Nice to see you as always. Can't wait to meet you in Massachusetts there, Sassy, my darling. Katie, hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you as always. Dennis, how are we doing? The legend, the king of Canton. How are you doing, Dennis? How are we doing, my friend? Hey, Ashley, how are you? Hope you're doing well, my darling. Heather, watch that mouth. Me, watch my mouth. You watch it, girl. You watch it. Nice to see you, my darling. Nonsense. I see you in every other chat except for you anymore. I thought you ditched us. How was your doctor appointment? Do you know what? Great. So I'll just tell you very quickly about my doctor's appointment before we go into the trial. So obviously, those that know, I went for a sleep apnea test yesterday. Hello, hang on, let me pin the message. And I took it back. I had to wear it last night. Difficult to wear to sleep in. Took it back because you're supposed to take the machine back and they're going to tell you if the data is fine or if you need to wear it another night. So I gave it in and I had to wait a couple of minutes to see if it had uploaded. I waited like 10 minutes. It comes out, calls me in and says, yeah, you've got, what did he say? I don't know what he said. You got severe sleep apnea. You got severe sleep apnea. So they said we've only seen the start of it, and you've got severe sleep apnea. So I'm getting another appointment in 2 weeks, and hopefully they will fit me in with the machine and stuff like that. But they said we haven't even looked at your whole data yet. We can tell from the start of your data you've got severe sleep apnea. So winner, winner. And I was like, yes, absolutely, let's fucking go. And he said he's never seen anyone celebrate having sleep apnea before. I was like, well, I just want to fucking get better. I just want to get better. Head of the nonsense. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hello, Lindsay. Hello, my darling. How are you, Lindsay Thorne? Hello, my darling. Nice to see you. There you go. Hot Mama's here. Josie's here. Never required PayPal or coffee. Absolutely. Morning. Said with only love, I promise. I'm so glad that they finally do it. Yes, he was a great this morning. He's got to take it to a consultant, but yeah, it's going well. So I don't know about travel yet. I don't even know what machine I'm getting or what. I don't know. I've got to wait first. But I think the machine is. I spoke to Dave this morning. His machine, you could probably travel with it. So and my airplane does allow me to carry it on. I can't put in checked baggage. Just carry on. That's all. So we'll see. I haven't got the answers for anything. All I know is I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Um, that's great that you slowly getting answers. Like, yes, I am. I just need to know about the other stuff as well. So catch up on beauty sleep. Fucking lot of catching up to do then, Heather. Joking, joking. Hello, Seth. Good morning, Lady Di. Hello, my darling. How are you? Right, people, I'm rushing because I want to get into this. Let me just play this first, and then we'll get into the baby Evelyn. People, if you haven't got tissues, go and get tissues because you're gonna cry. You're gonna cry over this. Please get tissues. I am in tears with this. This is baby Evelyn, everyone, and I am, not everything gets to me. I cry it. Woof! This, I have to play it. Fucking hell, I'm tearing up you because I know what's coming. Right, this is baby Evelyn, right? I saw it. I'm sorry, I nicked it. I just, it hits the feels. It hits the feels. I'll be honest with you. This hits the feels. But I want to play it because this is why we're showing this trial. This is why we're showing it. So please watch it. It's here you go. That gets to me every time. That gets to me every time. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, precious. Thank you, my darling. There you go, as a standout today with Papa's Holly. Happy days, Dana. Dana, Dennis. Sorry, I'm a little bit over the shop here. Sorry. We've got to support. This is why I show these, to support. That is. This was out of Fall River, right? No, this is Tennessee, eh? I know. I don't watch Gazella's videos. No, I to be honest with you, I used to watch Gazella a lot until she started covering cases that she got caught out, putting misinformation out there. I think she's great. Don't get me wrong, but she's very pro-state, and I know Erin Hack hates her. So I don't hate. I think she's very good, but she could be a little bit too much sometimes with information. She's got it wrong a few times. Not to say she got it wrong this time, and I'm not saying that whatsoever. She's actually very good content creator, very, very good actually, and she'd be somebody I'd always encourage to go and watch it. So I know. Hello, Viv. No worries, Viv. It's fine, my darling. Her mother is being charged with a death. I know, Josie. I know. It's going to be hard. This is tough. I know a lot of people have parents here and stuff like that. Hello, Crystal. Tearing up. I know. I've watched that a couple of times. I put it together this morning, and I had to change the music. Hello, Sandy, my darling. The mother's been. The mother, the boyfriend hasn't. I don't believe. Right, I've got delivery here. Right, I'm going to put the court on. The court is on. So let me just put this on live. Then I'll catch it up then, right? This is live.
Judge, there's a witness for the state. I'm making a motion for material witness bond. He was served back on January 13th, 2025. Ms. Massagill, as well as Detective Price and myself, met with him, got information from him, contact information from him. He was to either contact us or be here on Monday in regards to the trial. He was not. I had our victim witness coordinator attempt to contact him yesterday. The phone number he had assured us he would be available at, and he has not responded to that. As a result, we would ask for him, the case to be issued, and him to be brought before the court.
All right.
I've got a copy.
I do have to ask one question.
Yes.
And it's one of those, ask me how I know. He was actually served with the subpoena.
He was. I've attached a copy of the subpoena, Judge.
All right, I'm gonna order material witness bond. He'll be brought before the court. I'll set a bond at that time. We need somebody to go out and find him right now.
I believe.
Here.
Just take a practice to be able to assist us.
The reason I asked is to make sure that the person who served is years ago, Joe Felke and I went out, went to the food city down on Boston Road, interviewed this girl, told her when the date was, had the subpoena there. As soon as she saw it, she started crying, which got both Felke and me both rattled. She didn't show up, so Judge Beck ordered material witness bond. They went and got her, brought her back up to the sheriff's department. And she was obviously crying again and goes, but they didn't give me a subpoena. And we looked at the file and we hadn't actually.
There were three of us
We
there.
were unarrested.
Understand. Judge, one other thing I want to take up, court order that the media not film anything we have open on computers or laptops. I'd ask the court to re-instruct the media that again today, because I think there's probably more here than Pat.
There's a big camera back there. Don't zoom in on whatever's on their laptops. That goes for the folks sitting back here behind for the state as well. All right.
Judge, one other thing we could take up in regards to the indictment. State is going to dismiss count 18.
Gotta make sure we got the right one. Count 18.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll have to redact that. Count 18 will be dismissed.
And Judge, we would ask the defense not to try to elicit any testimony in regards to that without putting on proof for evidence as well in regards to that count.
That's why it's dismissed. Or-
Well, any statements that might have been made in that regard would of course be, our position would be hearsay without the Ms. Boswell testifying, so.
Mr. Scott, before you do elicit any statements that relates to count 18, let's have a jury out, or at least a bench conference before we do that. Now, with regard to count 19, there's a note on here from the clerk's office. Is that code section correct? They say, should it be 312 instead of 314?
Judge, it should be 312, and we would move to amend that.
Any objection, Mr. Scott?
No.
I guess I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna give this to you. At some point, I'll have to read it. Anything else we can pick up before we agree? Then
Nothing else from the state.
we'll be in,
Yes, sir.
then we'll be in recess. To 9 o'clock. We'll start about at 9 o'clock. The jury's all here.
So there you go. They're in recess now. I want to play that just so we caught up with it. But they're in recess now till 9 o'clock, which we are 2 minutes past 9 now. So I bought this coffee today in Starbucks at about 11 o'clock my time this morning. And it's now 3 hours later. I'm still drinking it. And I like it. It's more like he'll fill you in, Taylor. Boxes of evidence. I know there's loads. This is so the jury, 14 jurors, so 12 jurors, 2 alternates. They've been sequestered, so they will be staying in hotels, limited access to their mobile phones, limited access to TVs in the hotel rooms, and at the minimum, they think it's going to be 3 weeks. Between the 3 to 4 week mark for this trial. You need Dunkin' coffee. I know we don't have that, Sass. We don't have that here. Last time I was in America, I was drinking Dunkin'. I liked it. So 3 to 4 weeks. This will be interesting. Other Tennessee trials have been also streaming on Saturdays. So I'm not sure if they're going to be doing Saturday trial as well, which they might do because it's sequestered. They might start doing trials on weekends as well as in the Saturday. So watch this space to see if they do it for this trial or not. They have been doing it for the last couple of trials that I've seen from afar, like David Swift, and there was another one not long ago from Tennessee. I forget the name. Is this jury? If it's a jury, no, it's the lawyers. It's fine. Yes, you're right. He will. I'll send you some. Do you have a Keurig? No, it's fine. I'll get some when I'm out there. I don't. What's a Keurig? I don't know what a Keurig coffee machine is. I don't know what that is. But you're fine, Sassy. I will get some when I'm out there. I'm out there in a couple of months, in about 3 months. Keurig coffee makers. What's this then? Is it like a pot thing you put on the top? If it is, then yes, I got one of those. I put the pot to the top, you put it on, and then it comes out. So I'll have to do that. But yeah, I appreciate you, Sassy. I do, but I'm fine. I'll bring some back with me because I'm sure we can. Because it's too expensive to ship from America. I've had to buy stuff for America. I've had to buy my stuff for America and ship it to the Sweeneys because it's just easier than me buying here, shipping it over and stuff like that. Hello, Elsie. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. A Keurig. Yeah, Keurig. Yeah, I think I got one.
And she's getting it ready. It's not ready.
Yes, actually, she was paid. That was a wonderful.
Yeah.
Let me see which one mine is. Mine is a Nescafe Dolce Gusto. Is that the same?
Yeah.
Is this the same as Keurig? Is that the same? You put the pots in there. Oh, we're back. Yeah, so that's what I got. The filters is good. Do you taste the difference now? Yes, I do. I do taste the difference. Yeah, I definitely feel a difference with the filter my water now.
All right. Has the jury ordered?
They are the happiest. Yeah.
They're good to go.
I got their orders, I haven't turned them in.
I've noticed that all through the break, these last 4 chairs of the jury box have been visible on the live stream. I don't think he's listening to me.
Yeah, I got you, Judge.
I can't stress enough how that if somebody tells me that a juror gets photographed on a live stream, how bad that day is going to go for everybody in this court. Okay. Also, during breaks, I want you to turn the sound off. All right, I think the jury is all here. They've ordered their, can y'all hear me through the microphone? The jury has ordered their lunch, and state, you ready to begin?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to begin?
We are, Judge.
All right, I'm gonna bring them in, I'll swear them, then I'll have to read the preliminary comments that's required. General, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the indictment. I gave you a copy of the redacted page.
Yes.
I'll put that in there. Then we'll take the plea, then we'll go straight into open statements and start the proof. If they're ready.
One stand, please. You guys can be seated. The jury remains standing. Be sworn, please.
Jared, I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
Yours, and you can just sit and roll a chair down here on the flat. It can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture. Julie, just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and the true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? You see. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching a decision, but now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof.
After you have heard all of the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof with absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of a witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case, or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing, and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. General.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge of use of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead to each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
Thank you, sir.
Approach.
General, do you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today, we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led them to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around, but Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blunteville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a crash. No getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
Stand, please. So what happened?
I don't know what happened there. We'll see.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court, taken to a jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
mean,
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to take it back. Which will mean it's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
I know that video was a little bit sad and stuff, but I want to keep playing it throughout the trial because, you know, just to remind ourselves about Evelyn. I don't want to remember Evelyn as how she was found. I want to remember Evelyn as, you know, she was in the world. So the positive side of it. So I'll keep on playing that, even though it's sad. it's still, that is the Evelyn I want to remember, and not everything else we hear about moving forward. Oh, okay. So this judge is not messing about, people. He's not messing about. And in a way I like it, but he's like 10 days in jail for a flash going off. Ooh, I don't know. Rebecca, a little angel, just how I know. Delana came back because I want to just emphasize that cases involving crimes against children are my favorite. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so important. I appreciate you coming. No problems at all. I do understand I can trigger people as well, and it's not. Look, I get it. They're never nice. They're sad. The only time I really cry is during these things. But yeah, I know. I appreciate you, Rebecca. Absolutely appreciate it, and I do respect the fact that it can be a bit much as well. So, love you, Rebecca. Don't you worry, my darling. It is hard, Leslie. Neil and I'm Murphy. Appreciate some of there. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for that. Yeah, he's not fucking about, is he? He's not messing about. This judge. Judge is like on it. At least you know where he stands. There's no like back and forward, ums and ahs. He's very. This is what's going to happen. You mess about and you're done for. Right. I've still keeping an eye out for obviously Colin Griffith. That's been over 5 hours now, deliberations. 5 hours and 2 minutes or something. Hang on, let me just double check that. Yeah, wrong one. Right, okay. So when that comes in, I'll try and find a moment where I can play it. Say the verdict comes in for Colin Griffith when they're closing statements. I'm not going to disturb closing statements. I'm just going to wait and then I'll play it quickly. So I am watching it. I'm keeping an eye on it. So don't worry. But if he's found guilty or innocent, you don't have to say in chat. I will play it, I promise you. Just I want to find the right time to play it. I know, Hackster. Hang on. Yes. You can protect our babies. I can't pile on more. No, it's fine. Pop in whenever you can. We love having you here whenever you can, Rebecca. So don't you worry at all, my darling. Pop in and out as you feel fit. Right, I'll tell you why, Keith. Because Hippie Chick bought me it and sent it to me all the way from Indiana. So I have to. I have to. But I'm going to get Patriots gear. The Sweeneys are taking me to get Patriots gear in Foxborough. So I'm going to Foxborough and I will be buying some Patriots gear. And I think I'm going to be a Patriots fan, Keith. I think so. Because I love Vrabel as well. So I will go to Discord now, Hack. I will go there now. I love Vrabel. So always have. So happy days. Thank you, Erin. Oh, and thank you, Sean, as well. Shout out to Sean, potential criminal. Yeah, we were just talking about Sean the other day, weren't we? And we're sharing his channel and stuff. I love Sean. Sean is one of the good guys. So I think we've shared his channel. We'll continue sharing his channel. Erin will put it in. But yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Sean and his beautiful fiance. FM. She loves it. But yeah, he's a little bit different. He's good. He's good. You need a thick skin though to be there, but he's really good. You should really watch him. So yeah, So thank you, Erin, for that. Thank you to Sean as well for the shout out. I appreciate it. I've not spoken to Sean since the current retrial. We had Sean on. So this is not Sean. This is Sean, potential criminal. So if you remember, he used to come on sometimes on the stream. He's an attorney in Ohio, and he's very, very good. I like him. I like his personality. So send my love, Erin, to Sean as well. I know you will because you're there every night. So, and a lot of people, Jonathan and everybody, watches Sean as well. So it's good. All right, what have we got? Shame on you, Bears fans. I'm sort of a Bears fan. I'm supposed to be this year. Yeah, thank you, Erin, and say I do appreciate his shout outs. I do, and I do miss him. We'll have to do something. Oh, KD, you were there, yeah, because we told you about getting over there. I'm glad you went over there. He's excellent. I'll say you need. Oh, Hippie Chick watches him as well. There you go. A lot of people do now. It's good. It's good. That's good. Sub to his channel. Happy days. There you go. Thank you for supporting him. I think he's hit 30,000 subscribers or something. I think he's got a lot of subscribers now, or more than that. He's one of the good guys. Put it that way. He's one of the good guys. Ashley's a Cowboys fan. $25K, there you go. So Sean is going up to 25K. I'm going back down to 9K. I keep losing subscribers every day. Every day we're losing. You like the good guys, yes. We're talking about Sean, potentially criminal, Dana. Sean from potentially criminal. He's an attorney from Ohio. So he used to come on my channel during the Karen Reid coverage. He came on quite a few times, popped on during lunch breaks and stuff like that. Yeah, he's very, very knowledgeable. He's very, very knowledgeable. Yeah, and his fiance is even better. She keeps him in line. Love it. Right, where's that gone there? Yeah, please hit the like button as well. I really would appreciate that. And where's this gone here now? Oh, we got 47 likes, which is good. Can we hit some more? Let me just see. Right, hang on. What's that in the crowd? Oh, hello. Hello. Keith. Keep it in your pants, Keith. Who's that? Who won that? Not that. That's Dana's. There you go. And if you haven't watched it, watch Resist the Silence from last night. There's a good clip of Kurt. Hey now, if you follow the Karen Reid trial, go to Resist the Silence. And Kurt, he was salting out the roads last night. So, Lucky had obviously a view from his truck. Kurt was giving us that kind of view. And it was insightful. It's insightful. That's good. Oh shit. This one hack. Oh, and this one. And this one. Fuck it. Hang on, sorry everybody. Yeah, definitely this one. Definitely, that's mine. Look at us talking like as if we'd have any chance with any of these ladies. But it's nice to look at. Still have to watch that, yeah. So go and watch it. If you follow the Karen Reid trial, it's really, really interesting to see what Kurt's angle on the roads, because you can see how he can see where potentially John would have would have been, or what lucky would have seen on the roads and stuff. So yeah, it's intriguing. Hey now, if you don't know Kurt, he's the one that said, "Hey now." Oh my dude, I don't want to see your face. I don't want to see that. Oh, why are we moving? Yes, go back, go back, go back. Yay! Now we're happy. Now we're happy again. If this guy would just, yours in the front row of the white hair. Hey, I beggars can't be choosers, people. Beggars can't be choosers. I will. I'll take it. Sold. They are sold. Oh, jeepers. The single life, eh? The single life. You're not fussy when you're single. Do you know what I mean? Choppy be like swing. You gotta have a bit of a laugh, innit? You gotta have a bit of a laugh. This is just such a heavy trial now. When we get an opportunity, breathe, people. Breathe. Everyone needs some loving, Landy. They do. I know. I need some loving. Loving. When I come out in Boston, hopefully I get some loving. Hugs, it's not. We have some holy people here. Kathleen, speak of the devil. Kathleen, how you doing, my darling? Rose, Lou, Erin. Definitely need laugh breaks. We do, people. It's not, Dina, you're fucked. Tracy, where are you? It's not out of disrespect to baby Evelyn. It's just more of a, this is going to be a long trial, people. We need to pace ourselves a little bit, and we need to, you know, watch things. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, I've got him mute. This was fine. Neil and I cannot wait to see. Is Murph coming as well then, or just you two? Can't wait to meet you, Leslie. Don't look at me when you say hello. Shake hands to all the boots on the ground. Absolutely, absolutely. Can't wait to meet everybody, the King and Queen of Campton, and everyone. So Murph's coming through. Happy days. Murph treats, Murph. Murph treats, Murph. Tracy's in the chat now. We love Tracy Murray. We love Tracy Murray. Well, the only way we tolerate Dana is because Tracy, you know, if it wasn't for Tracy, we'd be ditching Dana. Nah, we wouldn't. Shout out to Dana. He's done a lot. He's done a lot for this channel with his videos and stuff. So thank you, my friend. Same here, Kathleen. Same here, Kathleen. I'm excited to meet you as well. As I say, I've got 2 dates in already for the Salem tour and duck boats. But everything else is going to be up in the air until I get there, and then we'll just do wherever. Need a corgi. Dana, you're fucked. Tracy and Dana rock. They do rock. They do rock. Good people. Oh, now who is she then? Hello, Patty. Patty as well. I apologise. I did say hello to you in chat yesterday, but I got a phone call from the hospital exactly the same time as you arrived in chat. So you may have missed it, but hello to you, Patty, my darling.
Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
One stand, please. You might get seated, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the parade. I just want you to know that it wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Now, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Maxie, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday, I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it's placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Mr. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was, and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911, but I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experiences are different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we persist in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, when she gave her statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talk about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. Well, we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. You knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that doesn't come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you the baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on this massive Gill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was and didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, "Hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it." The cadaver dog didn't get it. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere around the ocean, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it's disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's murdered. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child that's good health or sudden if death syndrome. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, "I'm guilty of that. I did that." But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I probably cross-examined you a lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a guilty. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. January 21st.
State would call Agent Brian Fairley.
That was probably one of the worst opening statements I've ever heard in my life. Not only because we couldn't hear him, but also he just said the baby doesn't matter. Baby Evelyn does not matter. She's gone. Sit the fuck down, you prick. That was horrible. And I'm a guy that's always innocent unless proven guilty, but that is not good.
Brian Frey.
solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
As to the word lies sustained.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 17, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
I wonder if they allow her to listen in. Oh. Because I don't remember if Tennessee's that state that allows people to go up. Georgia is, but
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
excuse me, this is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objections?
No, sir.
Be full exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you gonna use the yellow thing?
Well, and Judge, Agent Fairley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
Okay. He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connecting.
You want to just stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
You got to raise it up. That's stay up.
It did.
Why is technology always an issue for courts? Get someone full time to do this.
I can change it.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay.
We don't need to ask. We don't have that.
Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You had said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Right. Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Would you feel included? How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot
at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them, the way you describe them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close section of the yard barn behind it.
May I see those? Make sure you've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. and then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation of what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
All right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fairley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is, this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back, it's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll, it appeared at the time, with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
Okay. When you made the observation that you made in you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn. And we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection. There'll be full exhibits on them. He went so fast, I couldn't write it all down. Start at 10. I don't know.
10 through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
All right. And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived?
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. Okay. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left. And those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the Playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the Playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the Playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the Playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small Playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that Playhouse. Again,
This is Exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18.
Yes,
for the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the Playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag.
Okay. And Exhibit 19?
Again, after this was, that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
What the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand. Pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will.
All right.
To take the photograph, and then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so while decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
Okay. And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag. Eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe, down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition, again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
So, Judge. And then determine the-
This first one, 20.
First was 20, I don't know what anything is. Are there going to be more serious things?
Yes. Well,
Count them.
Yes.
Tell me how many.
yes.
Right, be careful. I'm not sure if we're going to see these or not, so you might want to look away. There's some not so nice
Judge, I would
pictures.
ask at this time if we publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we remove the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is,
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again, the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contain the same items. That's my hand there. And the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Now Exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph's concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's, as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
To reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
So, I'll just use the yellow, Judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's just showing the picture. You should see what I'm seeing on the face. That monitor on the camera.
I'm just gonna use the elbow, Judge.
Yeah, push it all the way up. Push it all the way up. This is 26.
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is. Is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Put your back down the very top of the top.
Showing exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins.
And at this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
No, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down, same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now exhibit 31.
That's the first, again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of her face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around
sir.
her head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be, this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, that's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And, sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's
photograph.
the black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction, the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
You're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos?
Yes.
Just leave that thing.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, it electronically disconnects from the system. There's a light. There's a delay.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, so I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn and the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes,
March
sir.
the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe, exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. You full exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, the top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that
There's
is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yes. So once we removed the body, the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes. Again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or use the laser pointer to show what.
Yeah. So this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the items, the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklider and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did you describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Bond.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer. Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness that in question is out in the lobby. Do you want me to bring him in and give him a bond? Otherwise, he'll be in custody of the sheriff. Because the order didn't have a bond set.
I would prefer that. I'd also ask, we instruct him to talk to us before, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, otherwise, I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's the court's purpose.
Okay, well, that's
Tell a witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, Judge. I'll tell him.
You want it brought
I
in.
can tell him if he doesn't come back and I don't come back, that he will be held.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll,
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Come discuss the rules
Yes, sir.
of office. You can't discuss the testimony with any other witness or allow them to discuss their computer. Thank you.
They got a naughty
Austin Beller.
Austin. He's been a naughty boy.
Beller.
Beller.
Feller, Feller.
Belfer. Let's listen to this.
Mr. Miller,
Yes, sir.
you were served as a subpoena in court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. We can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday. That includes Saturday. Until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That way we know where you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
General, if you don't mind, now, close it. If you don't mind, just sort of save the ball test. All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
I thought they would be so. They won't.
Stands and recess.
Okay, so he's been given the right act because he didn't turn up
Mike, from your check.
on Monday.
Is it still on?
I got sent that off because I thought we were cutting our mic off.
Yeah, they cut your mics, you idiots. So yeah, this okay. So we're streaming on Saturday as well then. Oh shit! Hang on. We're streaming on Saturday, so the trial is 6 days a week. So we get to see each other 6 days a week, people. I mean, it makes sense because the jury is sequestered. So it does make 100% sense. Right, let me get the other stream. Hang on. Hang on. Whilst I do that transition. Okay, bear with me. I'm just going to set up the other stream. It is law and crime. We'll switch to law and crime for a bit to see the difference in quality. Oh, your daughter's birthday. Happy days, Deb. Happy days. Well, I mean, it's going to be like 3-4 Saturdays in a row, Deb, so it's all good. Oh, it's, yeah, so it's going to be 6 days a week for the next 3-4 weeks. It's going to be a little bit funky. Ba, 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 da, da, da. Let me see if there's a stream for you guys to watch. Here. Da, 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 da. Otherwise, just come back at 1:15. Yeah, the reason I went with Core TV was because, well, to be fair, it's just a stream, so that's the only reason I went with Core TV. But I cut it off there because I thought they were going to give analysis. I'm not interested. So in terms of feed, they're both the same. Law and Crime and Core TV, both the same. We are on lunch. I just don't like Core TV for their analysis. And to be fair, they're not going to analysis, which is fine. Hang on, let me find this then for you, good people. Oh, what's the name, Megan? They've done it now. Sly, what they just did. Law and Crime, you sly buggers, you. They went to part 2. That's what they did. Fine. I found you though. If I can find them here. No, I can't find them here. Why can't I find them then? For some reason, it's not appearing on my... streams here. We'll try again. Share screen. Yeah, for whatever reason, Law and Crime was not showing on my screen. But why won't it show on my screen though? That makes 0 sense. Oh, let's try this way then. Maybe this is why. Maybe. Let me try it this way. I got it. I got it. Oh, thank you, Neil. Appreciate you, Neil. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. We try our best. We try our best. Can't do Saturdays all day. It's going to have to do half Saturday, half. Yeah, there you go. It's all right. I don't. Well, I mean, well, we're stuck now. We're doing 6 days a week, so we're stuck. You're stuck with me, people. For those that can make it, and then the rest you can watch it. Why have they done that? Law and Crime have taken down the morning session already. Why do they do that for? Let's see. Ten News. Hang on. Try to get some local coverage for you, but there's no local coverage really. Oh, there is, but I can't find it. Lunch, yes, lunch now till 1:15. Right, let's have a look here. Megan Boswell, any background for her? How wonderful life is. Oh, this is the one. If there's anything, this is the one. Cause this is the one I want, girl. No. Because I want to play something about this case. They're doing Saturdays because in Tennessee they tend to do Saturdays, but mainly they're doing Saturdays because the jury is sequestered. Because the jury can't go home. So the jury from today onwards until the end of this case are in a hotel, and they will be restricted. They won't have their phones with them. They'll be restricted how much use they can have on their phones. The TVs in the hotel rooms will be restricted. So they literally can't do anything. So it's not fair on them, to, it's not fair on them to, what do you call it, prolong it, but I guess Sundays they might be able to go to mass or something, or church. I catch this and that, TB, Micro, Mel, Glera, with number 1, JFK, JJ, number 2. I've never watched JFK or JJ, I don't know who they are. TB, I know. Microdots, yes. Mel, I don't watch Melly Little. Glera, I could see a little bit of Glera when I can. But he streams so late I can't watch all the time. Bear with me, I'm trying to find a stream for you people. Oh, this will be interesting for some of you, not all of you. Some of you maybe find this interesting. I'll play 1.25. This is motions hearing in Megan Boswell's trial. Play 1.25 to see. Yeah, I've heard of JFK, but I don't know who he is. To be quite honest with you, I've tried to keep away from everything Karen Reid related, so I don't really know anybody. I just feel it's just too much. So hang on then. Why the same thing again? I need to find a new link now. Robin, I will. I try not to play the characters a minute for a reason. I'll message you privately, but there's a reason I will not play people at the minute. Right, here we go. Let me find this one then. That's the one, and then put it there. No, thank you. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. I don't mind telling you though. Right, this is from over a year ago, but still, I think it's relevant. Oh, Miss American Pie, train that love you to the. Here we go. So this is some motions for you to listen to, and I'll be back in about an hour.
We discovered the remains of Boswell.
All right. And where were those located?
At Tommy Boswell's property on Money Creek Road.
And was that a location that you all, based on your investigation, were able to tie specifically to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Absolutely. The property itself is where the defendant used to live.
And was there anything of significance about the exact location of the body?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
We found the remains inside of the building that was referred to by the family as the playhouse. It was out behind what I would call a storage building on the property. And this playhouse was built by defendant Megan's grandfather as a playhouse for her when she was a child.
Now, after you all located the body, it was sent for an autopsy, is that right?
Yes.
Did you all collect other evidence there at the scene?
Yes.
And there, as a result of collecting that evidence, it was sent off to have forensic examination done, is that right?
Yes.
Performing all that testing takes a pretty good period of time, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And while all that was going on, you then presented to the grand jury and had a presentment charging Megan Boswell with 11 counts of false reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was done on May the 20th of 2020.
Yes.
All right. And Agent Graff is going to hand you another document asking if you can identify what's being handed to you.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes, it's a certified copy of the presentment from May the 20th of 2020.
All right. Judge, at this time, we need to make that exhibit 2 to this hearing.
Judge, you don't object, that's an important file. Need to-
Agent Graff, once the, I guess it was several months later, you got the final autopsy report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also received the results of the forensic testing that was done at the TBI lab.
Yes.
All right. And after that was completed, did you then re-present this matter to the Sullivan County Grand Jury?
Yes.
And that was done on August the 19th of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
And this time I'm going to hand you another document having you identify that.
Yes, it's the certified copy of the presentment from August 19th.
All right, Judge, could I move to make that exhibit number 3 to this hearing? Agent Graff, that superseding presentment, that is the presentment that charges 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, tampering with evidence, 12 counts of false report, abuse of the courts, and failure to report a death under suspicious circumstances. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, based on your investigation, which by the time August rolls around, has been going on for several months, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to determine when the defendant had begun telling this false information about where the victim was located?
Yes.
And what did you determine about that?
Based on everything we've collected, the first, time we found the defendant told the story that Evelyn was with Ethan was during the first week of December of 2019.
And what sorts of things told you this? What was the evidence you were looking at that gave you clues?
Text messages, witness statements.
And so this was happening back in December of 2019.
Yes.
Right? So this was several months before law enforcement ever even got involved.
That's correct.
Correct. If we could, Agent Graff, I'm gonna, could we pass exhibit number 3 back to you? What I'd like to do, if you could turn to count 6, which is the first false report count, what I'd like to do is kind of go through those and talk about the dates that they were made, who they were made to, and what the substance of that false report was. So we can kind of get that one record. We'll start with count 6. That was made on February the 18th of 2020. Statement made to Detective Tracy Horeb with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. What was the false report related to that?
It was when the defendant, Megan Boswell, claimed that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
So it was a false statement relating to who had custody of the child.
Yes.
Now, we could count 7 again on February the 18th of 2020. A statement made to Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Horeb, both with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. What was the false statement related to that case?
I believe this was later in the the day or evening on the 18th. And this was concerning the lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of Evelyn and the efforts that had been taken to locate Evelyn.
So that would relate to false report of where the child was, correct?
Right.
Count A, again on February the 18th, 2020, false statement reported to Steve Williams, detective with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. And what was the nature of that false report?
This was the statement where the defendant discussed Ethan Perry refusing to return text messages and voicemails regarding Evelyn.
So again, that's a false report regarding someone else having custody of Evelyn, correct?
Yes.
Count 9, another false report made on February 18th of 2020 to Captain Joey Strickler with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. What was the nature of that?
This was about the last physical contact she had with Evelyn and the lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of Evelyn.
So that one deals with more of the time frame when she last had contact with the child, correct?
Yes.
Count 10, a report made on February the 19th to agents with the FBI, Jeff Land and Todd Wilcox. What was the nature of it?
This was her discussing her being Megan Boswell, the time frame in which she stated she gave Evelyn to Ethan Perry.
All right. Count 11, report made on February the 20th of 2020. Again, Captain Strickler with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. What was the nature of that report?
This is when the defendant stated when she last saw Evelyn was with Ethan Perry on December the 26th of 2019, and she had not contacted law enforcement on the advice of her mother, Angela.
All right. So Angela Boswell, just to be clear on the record, that is Megan Boswell's mother, correct?
Yes.
So this report has to deal with two things. One, the time frame in which she claimed she last saw the child, as well as implicating someone else in the disappearance and the fact that they cannot locate the child, correct?
Yes.
Count 12, another report made on February the 20th of 2020, to you as well as Detective Matt Price with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. What was the nature of that false report?
This was when the defendant stated her mother, Angela Boswell, had Evelyn Boswell.
And so again, she's implicated someone else in the disappearance of her child. Correct?
Yes.
Count 13, again on February the 20th of 2020, report made to yourself as well as Detective Matt Price. What was the nature of that report?
This is when she stated that her mother, Angela Boswell, had Evelyn since mid-December, and that Angela refused to tell the defendant her location, Evelyn's location, and she didn't call the police because she was afraid, the defendant was afraid that Angela would harm Evelyn.
So again, she's given false information about the time frame in which she last saw the child, as well as implicating someone else having custody.
Correct.
Count 14, again on February 20th of 2020, statement made to you as well as Detective Matt Price. What was the nature of that false report?
This is when the defendant said her mother, Angela, had taken Evelyn and wouldn't return Evelyn to the defendant because she owed her money and would not return Evelyn until the money was paid.
Count 15, statement made the next day on February 21st of 2020. That statement being made to you as well as Detective Matt Price. What was the nature of that false report?
This was her discussing that, again, Angela had Evelyn at an unknown location, and the defendant had attempted to locate Evelyn, but she did not know where she was and didn't have any additional information.
And then the last two, count 16, false report made on February the 23rd of 2020. Statements being made to Agent Chris Wilfley with the TBI. What's the nature of that false report?
This is when the defendant said that, again, Angela had Evelyn Boswell and had given Evelyn to an unknown or unnamed person, and that Evelyn was safe and would have a better life with this unknown person.
So this is yet another count where she is implicating someone else having custody of the child.
Yes.
And finally, count 17, false report made on February the 25th of 2020 to Detectives Johnson Licklider, Robbie Clemens, as well as Agent Brian Bradley with TBI. What was the nature of that false report?
This is when she did say she was aware that Evelyn was dead. However, she told the story that it resulted from either her or Hunter Wood rolling over the child while sleeping, but she did not know the location of Evelyn's body.
So this was her her attempt to explain, I guess, the fact that she was not responsible for the child.
Yes.
So these false reports kind of cover a number of topics. She implicates others in the disappearance. She gave you false information about who had the child, about where the child was. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, she blames someone else for the child's death. Is that right?
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier a number of these false reports relate to giving information about the child being with Ethan Perry. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see evidence during your investigation of her telling this false report or false information to other individuals?
Yes.
And where did you see that?
Text messages or Facebook messages, as well as witness statements.
And who were the people that she was telling this to?
The first statement located was to an individual named Haley Sparrow, I believe.
Was this a friend from a friend of Megan?
I believe they were classmates in school.
Did she make this statement to any family members? Who?
Yes, it was the story she was telling to her family about why Evelyn was not present.
So the false information that she was telling you all in February, when you're doing this investigation, this was the same false information that she'd been telling family and friends for several months, correct?
That's correct.
And again, this information that you're getting in the investigation, it's based upon your interviews with the defendant, Megan Boswell, right?
Yes.
So you're getting all of your information directly from her.
Yes.
And you mentioned this evidence that you all found on your review of the social media and digital evidence. When did that begin? Were you able to figure out the time frame that she began to tell this false information to her friends?
Yes, around the first week of December 2019.
All right. And I know we've got a copy of the presented in evidence. The offense date for when you believe that the child was murdered, that was early December of 2019, correct?
Yes.
So this would have been about the same time period that the child was killed.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you reviewed the social media evidence. In going through this, she had family and friends that she was talking to somewhat regularly during this time period, right?
Yes.
Was there discussion, talk about Evelyn at that time?
There was.
And despite all that, no one, none of her family, none of her friends made a report that Evelyn was missing or they had concerns about her until that February 18th date. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Do you know why that was? I'll talk about that. Let me ask you this, Agent. After you reviewed this material, these text messages, social media posts, as well as the interviews that you conducted with various witnesses, did you reach a conclusion about how long the defendant had been telling this false information?
Yes, since around the first week of December.
And again, that was along the same lines as the time in which the child was last seen alive and I believe the child was murdered.
Yes.
Right? Yes. All right. And as you kind of went through your investigation and learned that the information that she told you, as well as the information she was telling her family and friends, was not true, did you reach a conclusion about who was responsible for the child's death?
Yes.
Who was that?
The defendant, Megan Boswell.
Based on your training and experience as an investigator with TBI, did there appear to be common threads in regards to these false reports?
Yes.
What was that?
They seem to deflect attention or suspicion away from the defendant, Megan Boswell.
And again, all these false reports, all this information was coming from the defendant, Megan Boswell, correct?
Yes.
That's all the questions that I have this time.
Before we start this, in motion, defense wants counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
Correct.
Count 5 is count 18 is and we'll address those two separately.
Judge, I interject. I mean, essentially, our motion focuses on false reports, the general's address.
So basically, the motion for reports. The oral amendment, I would say, the motion for report is that you're asking for counts 6 through 17.
Those are the counts we have the concern with, Judge. General is put on the proper proof.
If you would have any questions, Mr. Schwartz, that's for you.
Judge, I don't have any questions. I see Grass's testimony is also essentially proper, so the court can make a determination on this, so we're not going to prosecute it.
Any other proof?
No proof of the state, Judge.
Judge, it's set forth in the response that was filed to the defendant's motion. There's a three-part test that the state has to meet after the defense objects and moves to sever under Rule 14. The first part of that is to show that these offenses are part of a common scheme or plan. And the state would allege and assert that basically the plan in this case was two-part. One was a plan by the defendant to prevent the discovery of the victim's body. And then secondly, to escape prosecution for the abuse and the murder of her child. You've heard evidence and testimony here today from Agent Grass that the defendant began spreading this misinformation, began telling false reports to everyone, family, friends, anyone who would ask, about where Evelyn was at or near the time when this murder was committed, which was back in December of 2019, which would have been 2.5 months before law enforcement was ever even involved. He was able to determine this through the witness interviews that they were conducting, the review of the social media accounts, the text messages, and it was clear to him what she was doing. And basically what she was doing was trying to deflect attention from the fact that her child was dead. And so she's telling family and friends, custody of the child is with Ethan Perry. My mom has her. My mom told me not to file these reports. And this information was consistent. The information she was telling them, same thing she was telling law enforcement. And she's doing this from December 2019 all the way up to and continuing to this time in February where law enforcement first gets involved. She's giving false information about who had the child, false information about the last time that she'd seen the child alive. She's blaming, implicating others in the disappearance of the child. And then ultimately, in the final false report, she implicates someone else in the death of the child. So all this evidence is inextricably intertwined together. And it clearly shows a plan on her part. That plan is to deflect attention away from herself, away from the fact that this child is missing and dead. And then ultimately, it's an attempt to keep law enforcement from being able to charge her and eventually prosecute her. These acts are linked in time, they're linked in place. So we would argue that they are part of this common plan. I think an argument can also be made, Judge, that they're in some ways part of the same transaction. I don't think that's a strong argument, but I think in some ways this was really a continuing transaction that began when she murdered the child and continued up until the time that the law enforcement got involved. The second prong the finding the court has to make is that the evidence of these false reports is relevant and admissible in the trial of the remaining offenses. Now, case law shows that you can use this type of evidence to show motive, to show intent, to show guilty knowledge, and to show absence of mistake or accident. The fact that the defendant was repeatedly supplying false information to law enforcement when they are investigating the disappearance of her child is clearly relevant to show the defendant's state of mind at that time. It shows her guilty knowledge that goes all the way back from December through February regarding the murder of her child. And again, it goes to these efforts and the intent that she had, which was to divert law enforcement from ever discovering the body in the first place. The third prong that the state has to show is that the probative value of the evidence, of these other evidence, of the other offenses, the false reports, is not outweighed by prejudice. And this is the element that Mr. Scrolls addressed with the court initially in his opening comments. And the state would respond this way. The probative value of these reports is extremely high. Obviously, they deal with the facts that Megan Boswell was actively covering up the disappearance and murder of her child for 2.5 months before law enforcement got involved. They show her state of mind. They show the guilty knowledge that she had about it. Now, obviously, a jury being told that she has given false information to law enforcement is not going to reflect well on her character. That is a given. But the crimes themselves, the false reports and the felony murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, abuse of the courts, those crimes are not similar in nature in any way. So there is very low propensity, if they hear evidence that she has lied to the police, there's not a propensity to believe that just because someone lies to the police, they're going to go out and murder their child. There's just the two crimes are not similar in nature. So the state would argue that because of that, the probative value is not outweighed by the prejudice in this case. Finally, Judge, if I could, I'm going to pass up a copy of the case, which is State versus LaForce. It's a 2008 case, and I believe this is the case which is most similar to the situation that the court's dealing with here today. And that was a case that the Court of Criminal Appeals held that where you had a common plan or scheme, which was basically a defendant who was trying to escape prosecution for the underlying crime, that could constitute a common scheme of plan. And the facts of that case are actually not as strong as the facts in this case. What happened in that case, the defendant was arrested and charged with prescription fraud. 2 weeks later, at a preliminary hearing, the defendant threatened a witness who had testified against him at the preliminary hearing. So as a result of that, the state charged coercion of a witness and retaliation for past acts. And despite the fact that you had a clear breaking time with these offenses, the court held that the second set of offenses was clearly part of this plan on the part of the defendant to escape prosecution and being convicted of those initial charges for the prescription fraud. We've got a very similar situation here, but the facts in our case are even stronger because we don't have that break. As you heard from Agent Grass, after the murder occurred, these false reports and these lies were being told almost instantaneously. So again, you've got all these false reports that are being made by the defendant, and they're for the sole purpose of trying to avoid the body being discovered, the crime being detected, and ultimately her being able to be prosecuted for the abuse and murder of her child. And again, she's been spreading this information almost from the get-go, so we don't have that break in time. Based on that, Judge, it's the state's argument here today that we have met the three prongs that are required under Rule 14 to keep all of these counts consolidated, and the state would ask that you deny the defense motion to sever counts 1 through 4.
Judge, General Harper argues that the probative value of this information is high. So is the prejudicial effect. And I would, Agent Grass's testimony very clearly focused the court's evaluation here on that part of the three-pronged test. And I would urge the court, keep in mind what we're asking for here, Judge. We're not asking to suppress that evidence that Agent Grass testified in either of the trials. All we're saying is that the false report charges should be severed and tried separately. And as I said early on, the question of what we're trying to avoid is a situation where the jury can say she's been found guilty of filing a false report in these counts, so therefore she has to be guilty of the murder. So it doesn't mean they can't present that evidence in both trials. But the prejudicial problem there is the fact that she's being tried in one trial for those false reports as well. And jury, we believe our assertion is that makes the prejudicial effect higher than the probative value of the evidence. And once again, We're not saying they can't present that evidence. We're saying there should be two trials.
All right, so you're saying, you're agreeing that the evidence of false reports is relevant to the murder? You're just saying that prejudice far outweighs.
That's our argument. And, you know, just to clarify even more, the evidence of false reports is the state's evidence. So we're not saying they can't present that. We're just saying the false reports should be tried separately.
Anything else to be determined? I'll take it under advisement. I'm not sure if we can provide them that finding. Now, for the basis on the transcript of that argument. Okay.
Good. We could address the issue. We had submitted previously an order for the evaluation. I don't know if it's scheduled. I don't think it's supposed to be some deadlines, so check on that. Do we want to go in? I believe yes, but I probably can't put an email copy of it. Just we'll figure that out.
Okay, what else can we put down?
I think maybe, you know, we discussed maybe doing the schedule order. I know dates have been moved around.
Yeah, I wasn't here. The parties kept coming in and saying, well, this is black, this is not, we're not ready to do this, something wrong. Hey, we have everything back in before we got.
No, we do not. What I would suggest, I think the next day we have is July. But what I would suggest is we have two things. There's one piece of evidence is in the process of being analyzed and completed. We're expecting that shortly. Then we have another piece of evidence that's in the very beginning process of being analyzed. So we have those two outstanding things that we have to provide for discovery. Other than that, I think we've completed all the other discovery. We also have a couple other motions out there, one regarding photographs. So we thought that maybe that we could take up those two, anything that would come out of the result of results of the testing, these two pieces of evidence, and maybe the motion regarding photographs in the period between now and July. But particularly, I don't know what Mr. Sproul's reaction will be when we get those two pieces of evidence analyzed results will be. But I think we probably should have a motion that between now and July as a status, or maybe to hear motions.
And I think that's a good idea. The motion, we both file a motion regarding these pictures. I think that in a rather short amount of time, we can be prepared to argue that motion. I don't think it needs to wait until July.
We have selected photographs that we think would be contested. And we also will have an amended supplemental motion or response. And hopefully also by that time we'll have the results back from the lab. And so we can furnish those to Mr. Sproul's, and we can determine what significance they have for his trial and his trial stage.
And just, we do get the photos they provide us, so we have necessary on the hearing on that.
So as far as trying to get a statement to them, I mean, I can't sit here and say, okay, the study's going to be given on such and such day, we'll have motion about that, because we don't have all of it.
True. I guess the other thing would be, we keep the one in July, but when we get the results, we would come to court and ask, try to schedule a case, or maybe hear those motions prior to July, if necessary. But we're letting the court know there are two pieces of evidence that need to be supplied, and that we know we're going to have to test the motion regarding photographs.
We're also going to be changing.
And we think that photograph, those, the court's ruling on that could affect what the determines ultimately to do about having the crop here or somewhere else. I mean, the jury selected here or somewhere else. I think they might have some bearing on that.
June 24th, that we
It's fun to say.
What time did you say that?
No, just so the court's aware, I believe we already have on the calendar a motion on any mental health offenses going on at 9 a.m. on that day, so if we would do something. I don't know if that was actually necessary, but that's what we discussed.
We had discussed that, but we better get it evaluated. You know, I've got serious concerns at how the defense is going to say, well, we've got this defense, that defense, or we've got a mental defense, and they don't have all the evidence. And I don't even know what, have you been talking to the defense about what's still out?
Your Honor, what's bearing, what's out there left, I don't think it has any bearing on the mental evaluation. Parents regarding stigma of mental health. You know.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the state has been informed about the status of those, I can fault them for that. I agree, I don't think that everything's going to be a mental issue. So you think you'll be prepared to have that ready to go? Before the vote? I mean, I certainly can pull all the slack out of it on mine, but if we're dependent on Procedural help and some other agencies there, so I want to go to the other, I'm not sure. Believe that they believe that we'll go to 1:30. The free can be July 28th. Hearing of the hand. Why don't we just wait and see what we have? I don't see any reason for me to say, this, that's all city would say, okay, this is our schedule. And that we get all the evidence back.
Agreed. I think you're right, Your Honor.
That's not.
I agree.
Have to put down 100 schedule, they still doing tests.
We definitely don't find any reason we could go ahead and move forward with the photograph. Motion to go to the photograph.
June 24th, we're going to deal with photographs. We may deal with mental. You all will keep me advised as we approach the status of the
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, and we've asked for expedited processing of this, both these pieces of evidence, and TBS agreed to do that.
All right, and what else do you need to do? Yes, that's how it says. Including, we had filed the last, we said, and that's what the motion says. So I think that's probably an appropriate day to look at it. Yeah. Yes. Now we get through the photograph part of that motion, and then take it up.
deadline, just asking for permission to file supplements to that change of legal motion. If you want to address it that day, I would suggest that I file all my supplements X number of days beforehand, so the state can move forward.
Yeah. You need to have this all 30 days before. So May 27th, if I have all those time. Anything else today?
That's all you're on.
Anything else today? Commissioner? Move on. We'll take that to the
We're going to recess 10 minutes.
Grass, I'm gonna double my life insurance knowing that you're with the TBI, because I'm afraid of my well-being. I don't think. Good to see you, Dave.
That's like she wants
Yo, yo, yo. How we doing? Keep it moving. Do I put this in the back? Bow, bow. Yes, saw that, Judge Bev. I mean, rightly so, do you mean? That would have been a pretty hard precedent to start. Do you know what I mean? Saying if you cause a heart to shout to somebody, then you're in prison for manslaughter. She's probably thinking ahead because she probably shouts at Jim a lot. She'll be like, oh, fuck, in a couple of years, I might have to go to prison if I give him a heart attack. Or when she strips naked for him, Jim might get a heart attack. Being, oh! So it's probably selfish reasons. Oh, the summer night. Tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. Hey, also, you USA people, taxes. Right, so when there's a price for something, say a sweatshirt, right, or I don't know, activity, whatever, $50, right? That's not how much you pay, though, is it? Because of taxes and stuff. How much do you pay? How much are taxes in the US? Because I just got caught out now. Not didn't get caught out, but I mean, I was like, oh, that's the price. Whoa! And I went to check it again, and it had gone up. I was like, what? So how much? Like, I hate that. Just tell me how much I have to pay. Don't make me have to do math. Same. Give me coffee. If it's $4, happy days. I'll get $4 out. Then you go to the till. It's like $5.90. Like what? What? How can that? Just tell me how much it is. Okay, forget clothing. Activities. Or a cup of coffee or whatever it is. Anything that's got taxes on it. Clothing was a bad example. Fucking Stacey. There's always one in this. Cheating Stacey. Had to be Cheating Stacey. Puts me in my place. There's no tax on clothing. Fuck. Everyone's sleeping. Every state is different. In Mass, there's a meal tax. 6.5%. If you buy prepared food, it's 6.5. What the? Why? Did someone say politics? Hack, get back to sleep. So, right. Okay, let me just say. I was looking at the duck tours, right? The price they advertise on it is not the price that you pay. So, that's what I'm trying to work it out. Because they said you got to pay the price, which is say $38, taxes on top of that, plus 5% something, and then 10% staff gratuity. Gratuity? And I was like, what? So you could pay tax, and they don't say how much. You've got to pay tax, 5% for something, and 10% for something. You saw Sassy in lunch break. Happy days, Sassy bartender. So just wait for people to explain to me why you all fucked up. Why can't you be like us in the UK? You see a price, that's how much you pay. And the thing is, if you were someone like Erin Hack, there's no way Erin Hack's gonna be able to work in her head how much things are. She needs a calculator out, a big calculator. Okay, thank you, Stacey. So, no, I'm not wrong. You've still got your calculator out, Hack. You still got your calculator out. There's no way you can do math in your head. I can. 6% on cooked, prepared foods. Grocery shopping, non-cooked foods, and not that. What about coffee? And services. Because they want all your money. I know Rhode Island. It's disgusting though. So, but like, I was trying to work out. That's why you're happy then. Clothing or shoes, no taxes. Because I'm trying to work out the duck boat. $38 plus 15%, and then what? What's the taxes? Coffee from Dunkin'. Coffee from Dunks is taxed. Mother. Fuck. Sales taxes in Minneapolis. 7% tax in Rhode Island, and the prepared food tax and tax and tax. This is what's going to my head in. I don't want to be grumpy about it, but that's going to my head in. It's a pain in the ass, just like you, Hack. But that's why we love you, Hack. You're a pain in the ass, but I love you. I just don't. How can you ever work anything out? In mass, they add bullshit processing fees. Because on the website, right, it says duck boat, $38. But I think it's more like $50. By the time we put taxes and stuff on, it's like $50. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? For a duck tour? This is what you call taxation without representation. Even for kids, it's like duck tours are like $30 for anyone over the age of 2. I'm like, what the? Lee die, it is. Like, how could people like kids and pensioners afford, some of these? How can we afford it? Do you know what I mean? That was disappointing to read that just now. I have to tell people it's going to cost probably near 50 quid, fucking $50 to go on a duck boat. Do you know what I mean? And most people don't want to pay that, which I don't blame them. That was a dampener. Get a state tax refund. If I itemize, I get taxed on my tax return. Taxes on taxes, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. No wonder people give money to charity all the time, because you don't get taxed on it. So you pay less tax. Dr. Pepper. I'm trying to calm down. I can't believe the prices. It's disappointing, to be quite honest with you. I'm scared to go anywhere now. I think, well, groceries groceries are fine, though, you said. You pay the same taxes 3 times. Groceries are fine. Okay, that's fine then. And in a restaurant, they do it for you, don't they? Say how much tax is. Look at Dana holding his belly. Look at him posing there. Still no verdict in Colin Griffith. It's been going on for 9 hours, 36 minutes, and 50 seconds. Especially when I go to something like a family, I'd break a bank, duck boat, sporting events. It puts me off, though, Dana. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think the duck boats would be that price. But like, now I'm questioning whether we even bother because that's so expensive for people. Do you know what I mean? I'd hate to ask people to pay that much money. Do you know what I mean?
When the state dismissed one
Court's
count
back.
of the indictment, and
Oh fuck! Have they started,
asked,
motherfuckers?
prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made. As a doctrine of completeness, you can put in part of a statement, the whole statement.
Judge, I didn't listen to anything about what she said.
You asked in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child was
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
well, I have to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they,
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, it's thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, the court's well aware, it's doctrine of completeness. The case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's,
Yes.
Right, whilst they're waiting there, let's do this then. Let me show you this, people. This is Speedo Dana, where they're doing a standout today. It's only 5 minutes, so let's put this on for 5.
All right. Give everybody a second to funnel in here.
Hey, Dana.
It is Wednesday, about noontime, I guess, just afternoon. I don't know if anybody's going to jump in. Everybody's probably eating lunch or whatever, but if we're going to pop on here real quick. I'm trying to get these damn comments over. I can't see it. Yeah, there we go. Hi. There you are. Hello. Hey, people. Hi, Tracy. So, yeah, I decided that I needed to break away from my desk for a few minutes. And the Pappas Rehab Hospital is literally right up the street from my work. And there's a few people here hanging out on the side, getting some beeps and waves, a lot of support. So I just wanted to pop in and show my support as well.
Nice, Dana.
And it's cold out, but it's not too bad. So yeah, so I wanted to pop in to say hello, show everybody that there's still support going on here. I'm gonna walk over and talk to. See, got away from one of the employees. Perhaps she's driving through the gate, so maybe she knows somebody here or whatever the case is. But it's fantastic. So hold on, let me ask Dennis. Dennis, we're live over here. I just wanted to. So where we at? We're at Pappas. We're at Pappas. We have hospital. So I shut it right down. Really? Do they really? Yeah. That's great. That's fantastic. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. Yep. Yeah. Look at little crowd. Look at. There they are. There they are. Look at this one. Hi, buddy. So yeah, what they're trying to do is, these kids need this place. To shut it down, just to save a little bit of money. Put the people first. This is what the problem is in this entire state, in this world, in this country nowadays. People aren't put first. It's all about money, and it sucks. So, these guys are standing out. They're doing it religiously. Dennis has got his El Chatty cup.
Yeah, he has.
Sipping on something hopefully warm. Yeah, so I just wanted to pop on real quick. I got to get back to work soon, but I wanted to just show that there are people here. The support is great. The people pulling in are waving, and they love it. They appreciate the support. So, check it out. We did post something on our page last night, the Resistance to Silence Facebook page, and I believe there's other information floating around about this. But if you're not familiar with what's going on and why this place is being shut down and why people are against it, do some research and check it out, because it's a sad thing. to shut down and relocate these kids for to save some money. This is what they know. Kids coming out here in wheelchairs and showing their support, like Dennis said. Waving, smiling, happy to have people here to support them is really great. So that is all.
I love it.
But support is good. People drive by. Excuse me, it's great. So anyhow, quick live. Hope everybody's well. Stay warm, and we will see you tomorrow. Peter Murphy at 10:15. Karen's at 9:00. Just en route. The vigil, 5 years, is on Friday. I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's 10:15 to 11. I don't have the address, but check it out. Look for it. It's posted all over the place. And, lots going on. Just keep our foot on the gas. And let's hope that we get some good news from Karen tomorrow. Some good news with Peter Murphy with his bullshit trespassing charges. And we keep pressing forward. So you guys are awesome. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will catch up with you soon. Bye now.
Cheers, Dana. I don't think she had anything today, Lady Di. I don't think she had anything today. Oh, fuck. If that was Tracy, there'd be no audio issues. No audio issues. Do you know what I forgot to do? Dana, please don't send me a strike. Sorry, I should have asked permission. Sorry, Dana, please don't send me a strike, please. I do not need this copyright strike, please, Dana. Thank you for that. That was awesome. Warriors out there, white in shorts. Love it. I love that shit. I love it. They're out there, all weathers. Don't give a shit. Just there for the love of Compton and stuff like that. Strike through, yeah. Dana, please don't. Please don't do that. So Karen's on tomorrow, so we're covering Karen tomorrow, and we're also covering. We'll hear about obviously Peter Murphy as well. I'm sure people will fill us in about that as well. Right. Thank you, Dennis, as well, for doing all that, being out there, and everyone else, giving up your time and everything. I'm not sure what they're doing right now. Are they back? Are they not? Tomorrow, yes. So 9 o'clock tomorrow for Karen and 10:15, I believe, for Peter. We will be streaming Karen's tomorrow morning. So I will not be streaming this first thing. I will stream this after the Karen retrial. However long that lasts, we'll stream this afterwards then. That's what we'll do. I don't think it's going to last that long. So, yeah. Hey, Dan, how you doing, big fella? It's lovely to see Whitey and everybody out there as well.
One what? 106, Your Honor.
Let me put the logo on. It doesn't seem that we've missed anything, that's for sure. Hey, good. That's our favourite. Tracy is our favourite, so happy days. Happy, happy, happy days. Happy days. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I don't like a quiet court like this. Oh, that was nice, Dina. I like the fact he did that. That was really good. Just being able to do like a quick 5-minute one. That's good. The El Chatty like is short and sweet. Chaparelli. They say the day da 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 da. These are the days da 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 da. My happy days. Cheapest, what are they doing? Come on. Oh yeah, I know. Nothing better than a quickie, Dina. Nothing better than a quickie. Old ladies woman. Nuna. I gotta try the Nunas when I'm out there. High noon. I want to try high noon. I just want to try one peach.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what I guess the question is, I don't know what the rest of the thing says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Ms. Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Good. My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't. I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely it does. I mean, it's right out of the. Can
I finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, and they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You've got the cases on me.
Okay. Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westfall 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part. The rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement.
I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I have heard her back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talk. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at whatever cases. Did you get the?
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through. If we can have a minute, I'll collect and send them back. Yeah, I just may need the time to do it. Back to your staff.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take. We're still on. We're still on.
Fuck, I always mute tonight. Fuck. I'll just leave it there for a second. Yes. All right, hang on. Let me show you this then. These are the days when Erin Hack is happy days. Bear with me, people. Whilst I get it, I want to get this from the legend herself, Brenda Sweeney. Need to get it to the start, so hang on, bear with me. All right, here we go. Let's replace that with this for a second. Shout out to the Sweeneys, especially Brenda here. Look at her. She sent me a bunch of photos of the papas stand out yesterday. Right, hang on, let me resize this. Look at them standing there, look at that. Whitey the shorts, Whitey loves shorts. The legend himself, Dennis Sweeney. I love these, I love that flag, I love that flag. Christmas hats are on, it's a good little crowd there. There they are, hello. Crutch, crutch. Whitey. Loads of dogs everywhere. I love that. Who benefits from closing papas? Not the children. Cole Healy and Galvin. There you go. Oh, another hero of mine, Peter Murphy. Sergeant Peter Murphy. Beep and keep papas. Love children and family. Two legends next to each other. Good luck to Peter in court on tomorrow for his bullshit trespassing stuff. There you go. Why do the children need to pay this price? There you go. Save Papa's rehab. I know they are great photos. Beep to keep Papa's rehab open. There you go. Love them. Thank you to the Swedish for sending me the pics for that. We are the da 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 da. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. When Danielle F comes in, just don't tell her anything, right? Don't speak to her. Hey, Danielle, how are you? You all right? What's going on here? Not much. We're just waiting for the court. They're debating stuff in court at the minute, so whether the defense can ask or elicit statements or not. Excuse me. How are you, Henry Chloe Bites? They are great photos, aren't they, Deb? They're wonderful. Those are things I love more than anything. Just these people, they go out there, all weathers, whitey's wearing shorts, doing the Lord's work for their community. Those are real people. They are the best of the best. They're simply the best. If every community had those kind of people, we'd be in a much better place. Better than all the rest. And they're doing it all from the heart. All from the heart. No donations, no, just fucking, let's get out there, let's do it for ourselves, as in for the community. True heroes, absolute true heroes. They're the people I care about, no one else. As in, what they do out there. I love that. I love it. And I can't wait to stand out in May on Stand Out with these people. Whatever stand out it is, for Sandra Birchmore, Justin Root, Campton, Papas, whatever it is. I can't wait to do several of them. I'll be proud to stand next to them. Boots the ground out warriors they are. I can't wait. Robin G and Deb will be with me. They'll be there with me next to me on some standouts as well. I know they will be somewhere there. We'll drag Spacey Stacey out. We'll find out where she's cheating at, and then we'll drag her out with us. Not sure who else we got then. Yeah, hell yeah, we should be. Do you know what I mean? I'm there for Memorial Weekend, so there'll be one on the Monday Memorial Weekend. Hey, Tracy! Tracy's still here. Tracy V, my darling, how are you? Whereabouts here, Tracy? I always want to ask you, whereabouts in Mass are you from? Not your home address now. I mean, just in case you start going, oh, it's this. Like, which area are you in, Tracy V? Lovely to see you, my darling. New Bedford, right? Where the fuck's my t-shirt gone? Oh, my t-shirt's not here. Hang on. Let me put New Bedford into Google Maps to find it. Hang on. Oh, my t-shirt's not here. Bollocks. Google Maps. Oh, I don't know where New Bedford is, so I have to put it into Google Maps because I don't know where it is. New Bedford. George next to Robin G. Oh wow! Right, okay. Let me just look here now then. Wow, you're really south, aren't you? You're right down there. In the armpit, I see it now, yeah. You're really down south. Way down south. Somewhere around the corner. So Tracy V and Robin G, you could share a lift then. You two could just come in together. 50 minutes from the courthouse. Happy days. Robin and Tracy, do you know each other then? Fishing capital. Wow. The Black Whale. Oh, you know each other. Happy days. Well, you can come together. Oh, you got a place called No Problemo. The Black Whale, No Problemo. Tia Maria's European Cafe. McDonald's, delicious. Bollocks. Okay, fine. Yeah. Yes, Tracy, you did. Tracy was amazing. You did have a dive bar, didn't you? I forget who goes to the dive bars and who doesn't now. It looked amazing. It looked amazing. Kurt, hey now, he's already put me down for the Norfolk one. Is it Norfolk? Norfolk County? Is it Norfolk? Norwood. Norwood. He's like, you got to make the Norwood one, so I'll have to do a dive bar before I come back. No Problem has the best burritos. Hey, let's not talk about food, otherwise Dane will be there now. Dane will be knocking on the door going, hey now. Way down south, something round the corner. The Nookie. Olivia's restaurant. Looks nice. All this looks nice. The one thing I noticed in Massachusetts is all the roads are like, you got a huge amount of roads you have. Excuse me, Chicken Story, New Bedford, fried chicken, Dunkin's. Okay, that looks like a nice spot. Kathleen, are you Southie? Is this what Southie is it? Is this what you call Southies? Oh, happy days. Hey, I'm learning stuff about you guys. Boca, Papagino's, Fairhaven, that's across the road a little bit. That's not a New Bedford. The book Moby Dick has New Bedford. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm learning. The Whaler Inn. Wading City. We are the Wading City. Yeah, it's got the Whaler Inn and Suites. You got an airport. New Bedford Regional Airport. Jeepers. Buttonwood Park Zoo. Fort Tabor Park. East Beach. Beach. Or Tiny Beach. Why are you wailing? And Kathleen's from the same. Wait, you're southeast, so you could be anywhere down south. Dartmouth. I've heard of Dartmouth. Westport. I've heard of Westport. Oh, Marion's across the way there. Rochester. South Dartmouth. One of the elephants just passed. Oh no. I'm not a zoo guy, to be honest. South Boston. Southie. What? So what's Southie? Southie. Isn't Southie best chow mein sandwiches ever? Fall River. Jeepers. Deb. Let's have a look here then. Fall River, Providence. Fall River. Oh, Rhode Island, yeah. Market Basket, Notre Dame. New Leaf, dispensary, okay. St. Anne's Hospital, Aaron's Rent to Own. It's right on the Rhode Island to Massachusetts area, isn't it? Fall River. It's right at the border. Right next to Tifferton. Holiday Inn Express Fall. Bristol Community College. Oh, I love it. We have better accents than those Fall River accents. Nickname for South Boston. So okay, so you're not down south Massachusetts, you're south Boston, Kathleen. Okay. Right, Tracy V. Highland Pediatrics. What's this? Rogers Coney Island hot dogs. Portuguese food. Ooh. There you go. So you're not too far then, Kathleen, from the action, from the Campton and stuff. Track of Durfee High School. Durfee High School. Lizzie Borden. I don't know Borden. Lizzie Borden. I love this crap. And this is what I love. I love learning stuff like this. Fall River. Corky Row Historic District. The Tipsy Toboggan. Lizzie Borden House. Oh, Lizzie Borden House. I don't know who she is, but she seems famous. Moo Am Meat. Moo Am Meat. You all anyway. I think you mean I will meet you all anywhere. There'll be plenty on, Kathleen. We're definitely going to be doing standouts. Oh, that's a hippie chick's fucking street then. That's the stuff that hippie chick likes. Like, allegedly killed their peers with an axe. I will not be surprised if that's on hippie chick's list, to-do list. That's what I mean. That's good. Yeah, as I said, I'm not planning anything, Kathleen, except for those 2 days. Other than that, I'll be anywhere. I'll be there for you. Depends what's on. I don't want to plan too much because I don't know what's going to be on. Corky Row. Latino's food restaurant. Oh, nice. Carvella restaurant. Nice. Nick's hot dogs. You got hot dogs. Lots of hot dogs. Clipper restaurant. Portuguese. Dominican. Latino's food restaurant. Fall River Grill. Portuguese again. Oh, okay. Harry's. Solid. Harry's restaurant. Sam's Pizza. Erin Hack's bus station. Yellow buses only. Applebee's. Right, what's Applebee's like? I want to throw a party. I think we're still going to have a cookout of some sorts with the Sweeneys, or if not with the Sweeneys, we'll do something. We'll go out for something. I think we're definitely going to do something. If it's not a cookout, then we'll do because I don't want to put down the Sweeneys because obviously it's a lot of work. So we could do something Memorial Weekend or something on Sunday, something. Applebee's, gross. Yeah, I've heard of Applebee's. Never tried it. Never tried it. Never have I ever tried Applebee's. Applebee's. I'll invite single girls. Hey, there you go, Kathleen. Nah, you don't have to do that. I just want to see you guys, all of you guys. I mean, if they're pretty and they're single, then I wouldn't say no, obviously, but what am I going into this one? That's the one. Way down south, something round the corner. I got you, babe. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. My girl. Something about my girl. Look at the singing. I hope no one's distracted. Corn Pop came in and she ignored me. I love Corn Pop. I don't know why. She mustn't have seen me. I love Corn Pop. She's lovely. She paid me to say that. You and me were meant to be, walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. YouTube thumbnail. YouTube thumbnail styles. Oh shit. Okay, that's not gonna work. Fine. Okay, whatever. Right. Oh damn right. I need to get out of there before I make more of a mess than I need to. In fact, all pretty happy days. Hey ladies. Hey ladies. Hey fellas. No, just the ladies. Just the ladies, please. What's going on? We're just waiting, Deb, for what's going on. We're just waiting for the judge to come back, so he's going to review some cases, some case law. So the prosecution asked a question about a statement that the defendant made, and she said this, didn't she? And he said yes. So the defense think that that's opened the door for them now to ask a question of, well, what else did she say, type of thing. We want to know what else was said, and the prosecution are fighting that now. They don't want that to come in because they say they never opened the door. So I don't know what they're going to do, or they're going to rule, or what statements, or what anything has been said. I have no idea. All I can do is just be here for you. I'll be there for you too. Yes. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch a long, lonely time. And time goes by so slowly. I've hungered for your touch a long, lonely time. Right, hang on. I need to resize some stuff here. I'm trying to set up tomorrow's stream for Karen Reed. My lips on fire. Bring backwards, send backwards. Okay, some reason they keep, what's it called? Longcrown keep changing their streams, as in they delete them. So this morning's stream has been deleted for whatever reason. So more and more and more. Right, let me just do this now quickly. Download it. Download. Come on, download your mofo. Because you're my hero. Yeah, where's she? Where have you been then? Potty mouth. Potty mouth's been somewhere. We can fill in Seth in. Unchained Melody. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. A long, lonely time. As time goes by. Dee-dee-dee, da-da-da, da-da-da. A long, lonely time. Bellarica! Hey, Marky, did you watch my vlog, Marco? Dilly Seth has woken and he said hi hours ago, but I was running, that's fine. Did he fill you in? Hey, Bellarica, Marky, do you know where I'm going to be in Salem and stuff, yeah? I love that song as well. I butcher it, that's my only problem. My only problem is I can't sing in tune, otherwise it'd be a great rendition. As time goes by so slowly. Bam, bam, bam. Mark Cunningham. Dee, 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 dee. As time, yeah. Karen Reed. Hearing. Mark, are you drunk? You're spelling like me. Hang on then. Let me entertain you. That's a good song. Let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Ba 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 ba. Billerica. Is that right, Billerica? I'll have a look at Billerica, where it is now. I just set in tomorrow's stream up for Karen, 1:45. I set it for 8:45. I'll do that. PM. See, this saves me doing it afterwards now. Happy days. Apply. Create live stream. Boom, boom, boom. Done. It's done. It's Marky. Why are you ignoring me, Mark? Bill Rick. Bill Rick. Bill Ricka. Bill Rick. Bill Ricka. Bill Ricka. I got it. Bill Ricka. Is that right though? Bill Ricka. Bill Ricka. Bill Licka. Bill Ricka has got Sri Dwakami Shridi Sai Bapa Temple. High Octane Harley Davidson. Garrisons. Marshall's Middle School. Courtyard Boston Billerica, Bedford. Right, let's have a look at the map where it is. Oh, you're not. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, you are close to Salem. You're in between Canton and Salem. Okay. I got you now, Marky. Are you what are you doing when I'm coming over? Are you just doing Salem, or are you going to come and do something else with us? Hey, Sean, Dorothy. Sean, whereabouts are you, Sean? Because yeah, we definitely have to meet for a pint. I don't even drink anymore. So I will definitely have a Guinness though. I'll definitely have a Guinness with you, Sean. Whereabouts do I have to go? Whereabouts are we meeting? Natick Mall. Natick Mall. Boston. Okay. I'll try and work something in Boston then. No, I'll have a pint of Guinness. I don't drink normally now, but I'll have a pint of Guinness. Like you're talking to a guy named Rick. We've gone past this. Look, Heather, we're 10 minutes behind. But, Natick. What's not? Oh, fuck, now I'm confused. What's Natick mean? Oh, Natick. Okay. Oh, you're not far from anything. You're quite close to. Oh, hey, that's fine because you're quite close to Dedham then. You're not far from. Yeah. You're not far from Dedham. Natick. Natick. Dedham to Natick. Oh, 26 minutes. Yeah, we'll meet somewhere then. Because I haven't got a car, so I've got to try and be a little bit sensible. What's Potty Mouth saying now? Like you're talking to a guy named Rick, but you've called him Bill first. Bill Rick. Ah, Bill Ricka. Bill? But how do you say it? Do you say Bill Rick? Ah, or do you go Bill Ricka? We go to Bill Ricka. Bill Ricka. Do you know what? I fancy going for a pint in Bill Ricka. I'm going to get some food from Bill Ricka. Then just put it all together quick, like you did when you graduated, to people to be able to say Massachusetts. Bill Ricka. Bill Ricka. Massachusetts. Peabody. Bill Ricka. There you go. Happy days. We'll sort some stuff out. All I can do is tell you guys where I am, and then if you want to come, come. Are you, Potty Mouth, are you coming out? Because you said you might be coming out as well. Bill Ricka. I take pride in being your pronunciation coach, self-appointed, of course. Yes, but normally you misspell everything and I get it wrong, and then it's like, Bill Ricka. We'll meet in Bill Ricka, Heather, then we'll go to Peabody, Dedham, Canton, then we've been all over Massachusetts. Get a cucumber. Oh, what's the, you're going to park the car in Harvard Yard. So Harvard is in Boston. Oh, I might have to visit Harvard. Because that's quite cool. Harvard is obviously very famous. Harvard. So we have to go and park the car in Harvard Yard. Dennis, park the car, Dennis, in Harvard Yard. Mad Libs are fun. Lol from Deb. I'm sorry, people, if you're here for the trial. I'm just talking shit. Like, you can go on and watch it with an attorney now. They'll be giving you great insight about like the law right now and stuff. Then there's me then going, Bill Ricka, Massachusetts. I want to go to Lizzie Budden house if anyone wants to go and see some ghosts. So yeah, well, I think Deb lives right there. Let's have a look here now then. Lizzie Bowden. Oh shit. Lizzie. I said, didn't I, that this is somewhere that you would want to go. It's about an hour away. It's about an hour away from well, about 50 minutes away from where you stay in Hippie Chick. I'd rather have you try to say mass towns. Because I had a clean up, my t-shirt's gone. My t-shirt, my Massachusetts t-shirt's gone. Well, not gone, it's in a box somewhere. I think it's fun as well. I prefer talking like, I want to learn about Boston. So when Dana picks me up in the airport, I'll be like, Dana, take me to Compton, Dana. Past Peabody, please, Dana. Dana, let's get some steak tips, Dana. I could do that. My hubby would be driving. Oh, there you go. Oh, you rented a car, are you? Check you out. I haven't got balls to rent a car because you guys drive in a different part of the road. Do you know what I mean? You drive on the other side of the road to me. When I get in the car with Dana, I'm gonna be like, "What the Dana? Fucking get back in the right lane, Dana. Where you going, Dana?" You get into that sensible. I just can't because I don't know how to drive in the wrong side of the road. Oh no, I've just broke my charger. Fuck. Oh no, I haven't. It's fixed. Good. I might be coming out sooner. I'm not sure. I was trying to time it out right, but my parents are both not doing well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I think my dad's time here is right now. He's in and out of the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that. I had the thoughts with you, my darling. Thoughts with you, my darling. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we were saying I'm not that shocked, to be quite honest with you. I'm not that shocked. There's a reason why she went bench trial. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, I should be shocked because it's the right thing, right call. But so it's a shock that she made the right call. Wait, what? What? What's what? What, where? Who's that? Who's what? Because you drive on a different part of the road. Hang on. Hey, Lisa, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Been a while. It has been a very much a while. Yeah, months, probably. No worries. I hope you're doing well as well, my darling. Hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you as always. Lovely to see that smile. Thank you for popping in, my darling. Did you hear me? Yeah, I was just saying, when I meet you in the airport, I'll be like, Dana, let's go to Peabody, Dana. Let's get some steak tips, Dana. Let's park the car. Yeah, damn right. If you know, you know. Yes. My boss was talking to me about this work thing. No, I'm just saying we're trying to get the right accents going here. Hang on. Everybody. Right, hang on. I'm trying to look for something else here. Okay. Okay, right. Oh, shit. Oh, I've just fucked it. Damn. Oh, that's nice, Lisa. Wanted to let you know that so respected and valued by all your people and everyone has your back. Kindness will always prevail. That is you, my friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. If only people actually knew a lot of the stuff that's going on in the background, I think they would be shocked. But thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that, especially these days. So thank you, my darling. Yeah, I'm not for everybody, I know, but I am for me. And I know I am for you because you guys are here. I don't know why the fuck you're here, but you're here. So whilst you're here, I must be doing something right. It's 25 of you here. Probably 5 of you are muted me, but I mean, here we go. Who's Gus? Who's Gus? It's something. Don't worry about Heather. It's all good, my darling. Don't worry. We don't do drama here, Heather. Heather. We don't do drama, girl. Right? Listen to me, Heather. We don't do drama here. Don't do drama, right, Heather? It's nothing I can't handle. It's fine. I honestly don't know why I come here every day. I don't know either. I abuse you every fucking day. Like, you're just fucking lucky that I like Tracy. Otherwise, you'd be banned by now. It is hippie chick. So I wore my Colts gear twice yesterday, and yesterday and today, and I'll be wearing this all day today. I just was right. That's a mighty fine hat. We know that how the talk is by now. Oh, Lady Di, you know, Lady Di is a bitch as well. She's turned into a right. Lady Di used to be really nice, you know. I'm joking. She never used to be really nice at all. Now talking about nice, behave now. I didn't know she was here. Josie, Amherst, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. You see, Josie's one of my favourites. Josie's one of the old school here. Literally, I think after Hack SRP, Josie's then the next OG here. Only on Wednesdays. Hump day. Nice hat you got, Dylan. No, it is, isn't it? I can't wait to get my Patriots gear. Dennis is taking me to the Patriots Pro Shop. I'm going to get some Patriots gear when I'm out there. A hat and some stuff. I loved it. I loved it. Honestly, the hoodie hippie chick, I'm not even kidding you. It's my favorite hoodie. It's so comfortable. It's it's well designed. It is really. I don't want to wash it. I know that sounds disgusting, but I wear it and I don't wash it because I don't want anything to go wrong with it. Do you know what I mean? It's so perfect as it is now. I don't want it to shrink. I don't want it to, it's just perfect as it is. It's so comfy, so nice, silky. I love it. I'm not just saying that. I absolutely adore it. I love it. Yeah. Straight from the Colts website. There you go. Wednesdays we hump and we're pink. Pot the pink. It's straight from the Colts website. Happy Days, no, honestly, it's great. And the hat, I love it. You got the right size as well. You did your research. Yeah, that was Papa. Yeah, that was Papa Davis. Yeah. So I got they got like this cupboard thing going into the bathroom, and it got delivered today. So I picked up the delivery for them today. So he's gone now. He's gone. I take notes. Well done. Well done. Hang on. Heather humps all night long. Poor Seth. All night. All night. All night long. Heather Taylor. She humps. She humps. Just what's this? Humping day, humping day. Right, Heather, I will respond to you now, Heather, to your message on Twitter. Heather is one of these people that sends you messages and then doesn't look at it. You send her a response and she never looks at it. Hey, weirdo! Luna's in the house. Another weirdo. Heather and Luna are very similar. Howdy. We're back. Oh, hippie chick. Oh shit, hippie chick did. Oh my god, this is where I need to. Oh no, I'm never on Twitter. Shit, I was only on Twitch just now because Heather told me to be on it. I fucked myself over now, haven't I? Right, hang on then. Trouble is, I don't know where the stream is. Oh, there it is.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me four, three, four cases.
Four, I think. Be ready here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears on the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah, Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And in the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I've not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her. And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would.
Because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on
possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of the proof, that the judge couldn't make that decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else in what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it, and I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have.
Obviously, it's where I'm struggling because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as the trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
It's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. Here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But I don't think. But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this: is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time
in the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. The Supreme Court says, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my stuff.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
Okay, just sit there.
I'm not sure that there's a difference if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make that and if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least. What needs to be done.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when I get it.
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now, I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. So I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
All right. And we may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant, so you know, I'm going to go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think if you, did we not get in that other case, those statements with the Bluetooth, did it work that way? Okay.
One stand, please.
So I don't really know. There's a statement that the defense want in and the state don't. The defense say that the prosecution opened the door, and obviously the state say no, we haven't. And the judge is like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're being sent home, I think. They're being sent home.
Thank you.
Hotel, sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One.
We know what these are anyway, but allegedly the judge has to go into his chambers now to view what is it? the 2-hour interview between the detective and her, the defendant, Megan. So he has to review that 2 hour, but they're not doing it public, they're doing it in his chambers. So we've not seen it.
Admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One second, please.
I think it's going to last longer than we think it is. Do you know what? Do you know what, Robin? I disagree. I think they're excited because they want to see their rooms. They want to see. Now, if this was week 2, I'd be totally agreeing with you right now. I'd be pissed. I think the only time that I'm not pissed is day 1. The only time. Tomorrow, I'd be pissed. Today, I'm all right with it because I want to see, well, what's my room like? You know, do I got a view? Because they don't know which hotel they're in. What's happening? So I'd be excited now. After today, though, I'd be pissed. At least he's extremely looking at it. Yes. I'll tell you now, Tracy. Hang on. They're sequestered because. Hang on.
Yeah.
Right. They're sequestered because. Whoops. Because. What do you call it? Because it's such a famous case in the area that the news coverage and everything's so huge, they're just scared that it's going to be leaked and people are going to be looking at, you know, TVs and stuff like that. And also because court is going to be 6 days a week. So, yeah. The problem, I think, is that neither side I think he was sorted. I don't think either side was going to put it in. But allegedly, the defense is saying that the statements were brought in by the state. And this wasn't something that either side had said they were going to bring in. So there was nothing pre-trial about any of this stuff. So the judge has been a little bit because the defense don't actually know everything that's on the tape, apparently. So, no, Joe, I think it'd be a nice hotel. They came out by state on direct examination. Yes. Lol, Robin Shee. Yes, it was sorted from my understanding. Yep. Later, what was it? The statement was just like they asked a question about what did she say to you? Did she admit to the murder? And he was like,
my understanding is HR.
That's all right. You put a face like that on. And he said, yes, she admitted to the murder in the interviews. But the way he worded it meant that the defense say, well, he just asked for a statement. And the state to say, no, I didn't ask what the statement said. I just said, did she say this? And now the judge is like, well, technically, I'm a bit of a hole here because you shouldn't have asked that question in some ways because you just listed an answer and now the defense want to go into it even more. But this was off limits. So, but technically it's not a statement either. Yeah, it's just like, he just, I don't know. No, it's something I don't. It's something they said. No, it's not a Brady violation. It's something they said about. He mentioned the defense team mentioned because the judge said, "What's in it?" And the defense said, "I don't know what she said." So it's like I'm confused. I'm only going by what's been said here, so I'm pushing back what I've been told. I've no idea. I don't think the judge doesn't even know what's in it. The judge doesn't even know. I don't believe. So he's going to watch the 2-hour video now. I mean, he did interview her, so I don't know if it's hearsay or if it's matter of fact or what. That's why it's a little bit complicated. And also, I agree with it. Why didn't they sort this as it? What? I don't know. Why wasn't this like discussed? Why is the judge now just? Well, I mean, I can understand why the judge is now seeing it because he doesn't see everything. I don't know. It's because the LEUs are considered hearsay statements. There you go. Don't worry about questions. It's fine. I don't know. And state already listed it. Yeah, I don't mind the questions. I don't know the answers. And I'm not going to bullshit you. Do you know what I mean? If I don't know where, I don't know it. I'm not going to bullshit you. But I don't think anyone knows it because the judge doesn't even know it. And it seems that the defense don't even know it. So tell them to go fuck off. Go fuck yourselves, everyone. Right, everybody. Well, that means we can end early, which is not a bad thing because I've been up early today. So, right. There we are. Happy days. So tomorrow, Cara and Reed, 9 o'clock. So we'll go live at 8:45. Peter Murphy, love Peter. Hope everything goes well with him. And then we'll do this day 2 trial straight after Cara and Reed. So hopefully we'll get an understanding. So yeah, that's true, Lisa. He is. Yeah, he is as well. He is doing that. You're right. He's just trying to get it right. I wish I could, yeah. But it is 2 hours though, so I can understand why he took him home. As I say though, I agree with Robin G. After today, I'd be pissed. So get through it. So we're gonna be back tomorrow, and just remember for the next 3-4 Saturdays as well, we're streaming because they're doing Saturdays. So fuck. But the Colts are here, so. Super Bowl as well this weekend. Happy days. Right, everyone. Love you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything. And I don't know who this woman is. I have no fucking clue. Let me just put her off. No idea who she is. I shall see you all 8:45, 8:45, 2:45 UK time. Love you. Peace out, everybody. Well, no one agrees with me. Mark the calendar. What? That was the only thing I don't agree. If you said that statement tomorrow, I'd agree with you. Today, I don't agree because I would be absolutely excited to know where I'm going because they don't know where they're going yet. But yeah, otherwise, I would agree with you. Just imagine if you were Lady Di, I never agree with Lady Di. Even if she's right, I'd never agree with her. Right, everybody, thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. There we